celebration, hope you'll be smiling, longing to see Freddie. I thought you'd drop me a line just to say hello, my dear. I'm doing fine. Oh, now, yeah, now. It doesn't matter anyway now, 'cause my love for you will never change. Tell me one more time, let me hear you know I say. When push comes to shove, everybody's gonna put the blame on me for loving you, for loving you. When push comes to shove, everybody's gonna put the blame on me. You bring me joy in the morning. Oh, na na na, yeah. You bring me joy in the morning. The morning sun comes out all over town. Oh yeah, and people are moving all around, feeling so good. Oh yeah. Oh, na na. You bring me joy in the
Rocking with the best.
Oh now, la 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 la, yeah. You bring me joy in the morning, and every now and then I wonder why. Oh yeah. Oh, why must I fuss and fight? Just play it cool, stick by the rules. You bring me joy in the morning. Oh, now, yeah. You bring me joy in the morning. Na 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 na, yeah. The morning sun comes out all over town. Oh yeah, and people are moving all around, feeling so good. Oh yeah. Whoa. You bring me joy in the morning. Oh, now, yeah. You bring me joy in the morning. What a surprise, yeah. You bring me joy in the morning. You bring me joy in the morning. All I wanna do is hold your hand. All I wanna do is make you feel alright.
Now hear this.
Every time I try to make my move, you put me to the test. But I've got to hold my head up high. I'm reaching for the sky. If you wanna come along with me, just do the things that's right. For you, yes you and only you, I'm making a sacrifice. Leave me tonight, everything will be right. You and me in paradise. Still of the night, star shining bright. All I wanna do is hold your hand. Leave me tonight, everything will be right. You and me in paradise. Still of the night, star shining bright. All I wanna
Good afternoon. Welcome to Rebel Radio, all my listeners and viewers. Yes, and as usual, we have your program packed with nutritious information today. Yes. Today is the last day of June, and we are going into July and closer by our if we take the numbers. So July 4, August 4, that is 8 weeks. And the last election was held on the 3rd of September 2020. So another one is due. So we are getting closer to the big day. And you can see, based on what the political parties are doing, the two major political parties are doing, you can see that they are on the hustings. What a heap of promises. You know, one of the things that I am accustomed to, because I am old, and I have seen both political actors on stage from I was 15. Yes, in my rural district in St. Anne. That's where I first saw Michael Manley. And since then I have been seeing both parties on stage when it comes on to this time. And I can tell you very, very little has changed. Apart from the violence which, you know, has been uprooted. But when it comes on to this time, the politicians are plentiful. And oh, what a heap of things they are telling the voters. Right? The voters are going to fly in airplanes. But the fundamental issues affecting black people in Jamaica are not being addressed. No. As we speak, thousands of Jamaicans don't have access to water. Their roads are in deplorable condition. The education system failing their children. And nearly 1 million people are squatting. Squatting, which started the first day after emancipation, continues in Jamaica and around the Caribbean, but I'm dealing with Jamaica. And I don't hear from the political parties what is going to be done to provide the Jamaican black people with access to the land. I don't hear that. I don't hear that. Right? Lots of promises. But the fundamental issues, life remains tough, stagnant for black people in Jamaica, the majority. All right, let us start our discussion today with one of our public commentators here, Lucius White. We're going to be discussing public issues. Lucius, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Desi.
Yes, sir. And what are you making of the election campaigning so far?
Well, what I've seen is what we come to expect, the time when a lot of promises are being enunciated, and the announcement of all manner of things that are going to be done. A lot of them to start within the next couple of weeks and couple of months, and heaven is going to come on earth as a result of the wonderful things that are being done.
Yes, sir.
But they say a promise is a comfort to a fool. And these promises, what you see, one of the things that one must bring into the mix is a government or a party that has been in power for the last 9 years, and in fact been in power for over 13 years out of the last 18 years, should be campaigning on performance, not promises. And at the moment, what we are getting is more promises and more announcements. Because one of the amazing things has been announcement. Things have been announced so often that some of them you think they were already accomplished, but they're still in the promising stage.
Yes.
And it goes, I think the natural conclusion one could draw from this is that the intent is to continue to give you a promise to hold while not delivering the goods.
Well, so far, Lush, the government has been campaigning on some things that you could describe as achievements. So they have the murder rate is down, and I want to observe and say that the reduction in 42% reduction in murders so far this year. I want the listeners and viewers to know that this is the first time in over 20 years this has been done.
There is no denial that the murder rate has gone down.
Yes, there are.
But you know, one of the things that the going down of the murder rate has confirmed. It has confirmed that the concocted so-called state of emergencies that were perpetrated was not necessary. It was never the Constitution intent for it to be so used. It was abused, and it was only when you put an end to the abuse of it that you're getting more sensible approach to using intelligence.
And the other thing, Lush, that we must observe, that the reduction in the murder rate, what we have seen is a massive increase in police killings.
No, that is something that one needs to really pay some serious attention to, because no effort has been made again to utilize systems that I am almost certain would reduce, if not eliminate, some of the deaths which we have been told are self-defense. But there is no evidence to concur. In most cases, communities would challenge the official version of what had happened.
Yes.
And the use of body cameras and public cameras in public spaces, public eye, or whatever you call it, can or could be of great assistance in eliminating much of the controversies, because if the camera showed that the man did have a gun or the man did draw a gun, that is evidence in support in the justification of the police action.
Yes.
But when you have the situation where dead man tell no tales and you only have one side version, and the public's version and the police versions are different, what you tend to get is a situation where the public cooperation, which is so essential in solving and containing crime, is something that will not be forthcoming in the magnitude that it should.
Yes, of course.
Because-
And to support that point, we see one of the latest Don Anderson poll saying that the majority of males in Jamaica do not trust the police in addressing the crime problem.
Well, put it this way. If you are not in a certain geographical zone, or you don't have a certain type of connection, there's a high probability that you can be the victim of whether misidentification or somebody's vindictiveness, and you could be exterminated. No, it is not a good thing. And I have a problem in understanding why there is such hesitancy or virtual resistance for the increased use of body cameras and public cameras in public places as part of the whole policing apparatus.
Mm-hmm.
You see, the police ought to be regarded as the people's friends. But I don't think many people in Jamaica regard the police as their friends. As a matter of fact, they use the police force if they have to. It is usually with reluctance. And certainly, many people don't have any reason to regard the police as their friend, you know.
No, because, you see, one of the things that we must never forget, you know, and I know that things have changed, but the record of the police for the past 60 years is one that has not been friendly with the public.
Well,
The police, and the police have, over these years, the police have done a lot of ugly things to members of the public, and things that have caused the relationship between the police and the public to be where it is.
It is unfortunate, but for Jamaica's sake, let us hope that those in charge will rethink the policy of resisting the use of body cameras and cameras in general in operation, because that will enhance public confidence. And if they have the public's confidence and cooperation, many of the mysteries in the so-called crime, not so-called, in the crimes, would be eliminated. You see, when you have a situation where people are aware of information, but out of lack of confidence of the police, they will not tell the police, or because they do not think they can get the necessary protection if they do tell the police, they will I don't tell, or rather, sometimes not only don't tell, they will mislead the police because of what they will deem as their personal safety.
Yes.
And one of the things is that years ago, I did a research, and it was about 22% of the murders committed. At the time, murder was running somewhere about 1,700 a year. Were committed either by mob or reprisal killing,
Yes.
which is an indication of lack of confidence in the official system. So rather than allow the police to deal with a case, they will undertake to organize it at a local level. So for years you have people fighting and killing one another that are distance away from the original incident, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it is one of these things that we definitely need to address so as to get the confidence so that people can rely on the police and the system to deal with justice rather than have it to take it in their own hands because they don't have confidence in the police.
Yes.
But one of the other things, Desmond, you see, bad policy or imprudent policies have consequences. The government was very strident in its stance of paying down the debt faster than they need to do because they want to improve their credit rating. But in doing that, what they did was underspend in the proper maintenance of the infrastructure of the country. With the poor condition of the infrastructure, it doesn't take much of anything, rainfall or breeze, to do severe damage, which costs you a lot more than if you were maintaining the system properly. Altogether, we underspend in areas like river training. You see, you have a gully course, and rather than you train it and keep it clean, you wait and hope that rain will wash things through the gully. And then the water come and mash up the place. And when you do have some money to spend, it is not really improving anything. It's trying to get you back to where you were before the rain.
Mm-hmm.
So it is that, to me, I wouldn't even classify it as improvement. I call it an asinine policy of being penny wise and pound foolish. And this stupid thing where, how can you have the kind of gully network like you have in the corporate area, and you don't have staff planned cleaning on an ongoing basis? You're waiting until you hear that hurricane is coming. You have situation where trees grow in the gullies and break up the thing, and when it affects and undermine the walls, and the walls fall down, they say it's because people live on the gully bank. No, it is not because people live on the gully bank. It's because the infrastructure was not maintained, and the water is allowed to undermine and cause the damage. Mm. You have communities that keep being isolated every time rainfall. A number of these communities, you could take up the same stone out of the area, put them in gabion basket. We used to call them grind in a different dispensation. You take the grind and direct the water, keep it within its flow. And you can organize yourself so that the water does not do damage every time it passes.
Yeah.
We don't do enough storage of water when rain is falling. We find ways, we hope that it will hurry its way to the sea, and then afterward, within 6 weeks. Can you tell me that you have a drought 6 weeks after rain mash up the place? Mm-hmm. It means that you didn't do anything with the water that fall. And thinking people must organize themselves so as to enhance their environment. You must organize to store water so that you can have it when the rain isn't falling. Mm-hmm. And it's not that we don't have the money, and it's not that we don't have the people who knows what to do. It is that somebody choice of priority is wrong. It's come like in the education system. You put the children on a conveyor belt where you go in a class, you move out of the class, you go to the next class, whether you can do the work in the class you're leaving or not. And you go through elementary school, go into high school, and you go on another conveyor belt. Hence you have people coming out of high school who can't even read.
Terrible.
And these things don't happen by accident. It is because of the practice. It is what you govern, is how you utilize people's time. And all of these things are things that must be corrected if we are to get out of our dilemma. Our agriculture.
And we don't hear these plans, how these areas are going to be affected during this election campaign.
Try and remember, Jamaica used to export shiploads of banana. So some hurricane blow, but hurricane blow all over the Caribbean. We choose not to go into banana because hurricane are go blow. Dominican Republic up there, sir. Them up the banana. Can you imagine? You go in a shop and you buy a banana chip, and the banana chip is packaged for Jamaica. Is that Jamaica banana would have grown enough banana for little banana chips? And you get this sort of situation where we can find every excuse and every justification to import, because we like buy and sell, and we don't recognize the importance of value added. Your agriculture must and cannot be only fresh food agriculture. You must organize yourself so that you can do value added by processing and storing, which will allow you to expand your market, not only the shelf life of the product, but it allows you to export. We don't do these things. Look how long we know that the world needs more coconuts. And for years, we talk about it. We have the money, and we don't do anything but talk about it. We know that there is a market for breadfruit which can make a breadfruit flour for those people who are lactose intolerant. But we don't plan. We keep talking about it.
Yes.
And then you remember, for these industries, your planting must precede production by maybe 5 or 6 years,
Yes.
Because at that time it will take you for the coconut tree for start to bear and organize, and the breadfruit tree for grow and bear and organize. But you're not planting any. So when you're talking, you're not really going to be going anywhere other than talking.
Yes, yes.
And altogether, it is the absence of planning. We have a planning institute. Rather than giving information which would allow the country and the government to recognize that bauxite is not something that will be with us forever, and further continuation of bauxite mining is endangering your water supply.
Mm.
And instead of we organize ourselves and for a transformation of getting out of that industry that is going to come to an end anyway, we keep on talking, and inching up more and more in the cockpit area with the mining, which if and when them damage the cockpit supply, the water supply, the whole of the country going to be affected. Yeah. And all of these things, because people are not doing their job. Yeah. Planning Institute job is not to forecast and tell we foolishness, which is the duty of statting. It is their duty to give the government information that can allow for planning.
Yeah. We have to leave it there today, though, in a lush. We have run out of time.
All right, blessings to you, my bro.
But these are issues that we need to focus on. I want to thank you.
And these are the things that I would love to see our people demand greater accountability and transparency in governance, because that is the only way you'll be able to reduce the corruption, which is creating the situation of far too many people in the society being hopeless as a result of their incapacity to produce efficiently.
Okay, Lush, thank you.
Right, your blessing.
Okay. That was public commentator Lucius White there. Keeping us on the front line with issues affecting the lives of the Jamaican people. Let's go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores,
we're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS, and make the shine never end.
Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio, and we are now going to be talking to Mr. David Denny, and Mr. Denny, who is from the Caribbean against apartheid in Palestine. Yes, he is also, remember that is the group that has filed lawsuit against the Israeli government, and that is due to be heard in this Barbados Supreme Court on the 2nd of July. Yes, that is Wednesday. So we are going to be talking to Mr. Denny now. Just listen to Mr. Denny here. We have him on a video. Let us just listen to him.
Hey, comrades and friends, brothers and sisters, I am here as the General Secretary for the Caribbean Movement for Peace and Integration, and I want to use this opportunity to invite the local media in Barbados, international media, to follow us. My brothers and sisters in Barbados, and our brothers and sisters internationally, to witness and to also monitor our case against the government of Barbados in relation to the genocide in the Gaza and the exploitation of the Palestine people. Our organization, the Caribbean Movement for Peace and Integration, last week filed a case in the Supreme Court of Barbados. We also received the support for this case from an organization in Barbados, Caribbean Anti-Apartheid Organization, who stand in solidarity with the people of Gaza and the Palestine people who are fighting a very important battle against Israel, who is committing genocide against the Palestine people. So our court in Barbados will hear this case on the 2nd of July 2025 at 9:30 a.m. We are also inviting you to see our attached clearing form that was lodged in the Supreme Court of Barbados for this very important case. Our movement also want to call on persons across the Caribbean and internationally to use this opportunity to express solidarity with the people of Palestine and to support our case in the Supreme Court of Barbados by going to or writing to all of the embassies across the world that represents the government and people of Barbados and diplomatic offices, so that they will be in a position to report to the government of Barbados that there's international support for the Caribbean movement for peace and integration and the progressive people of Barbados who are placing this case before the court of Barbados so as to express our Barbadian solidarity and call for justice in Palestine.
Okay.
The Caribbean Move for Peace and Integration will also like to invite our brothers and sisters right here in Barbados to join us on the morning of the case, which is Wednesday, the 2nd of July at 9:30 a.m. You are invited to join us so that you can express your solidarity with our action. So let us stand united together so that we can express our solidarity with the Palestine people in the courts of Barbados. Thank you.
Okay. So there you have it there. That's Mr. David Denny. And we have Mr. Denny. And Mr. Denny, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon to you also.
Yes, sir. So Wednesday is the big day in Barbados.
Yeah.
Yes. And Mr. Denny, we recognize the efforts and the action down there so far. What has been the local response to this lawsuit?
Well, a number of people in Barbados have shared their views and ideas with us and are extending their solidarity with what we are doing. And a number of people in Barbados also have been condemning the war against humanity in the Gaza by the government of Israel.
Yes. Yes, sir. We know that it is outright, brutality.
Right.
Brutality. And
True.
what so far? What are your expectations to this matter? From I mean.
Well, we are hoping that the court will support our position. That's the reason why we are going to the court, and that once the court has, support our declaration, that would give us the support for us to further make a call on the government of Barbados to give up all forms of diplomatic relationship with Israel because of its genocide in Gaza.
Yes, sir. Right. As you know, the Caribbean heads of government, they are meeting in Jamaica between the 6th and the 8th. And the Palestinian movement in Jamaica, they are planning a peaceful demonstration.
Right. So we extend our solidarity.
Yes. And what would you say to our Caribbean heads of government as they meet next week? What message you would like to transmit to them?
I will say to the Caribbean governments that they should stand in solidarity with the government and people of Palestine, and that they should all come together and condemn what Israel is doing to the people of Palestine. And then I would also suggest that the government of the governments of our region should work with Cuba and Venezuela to develop a proper scholarship program for young people in Palestine so that they can study in the Caribbean region, and that we should be ready and willing to send medication to Palestine so as to help the Palestine people.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, and certainly they should consider severing diplomatic relations with Israel also.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have observed the response to the Palestinian situation so far. How would you describe the response by the Caribbean government so far to the plight of the Palestinians?
Well, I think the truth is the Caribbean governments haven't done much. I don't know if there's a fear, but I would like to say that we need to do a lot more for the Palestine people because they're being terrorized and murdered and killed by the government of Israel. And if we are peace-loving people in our region, we should defend the Palestine people against what is wrong.
Yes. Do you think that it is because of our relationship with Washington, I'm talking about the Caribbean, why we are hesitant to condemn the Israeli action?
Yeah, you're correct, because we have been failing in that area, and we need to do a lot more work. We have children that are dying every day. We have people that are dying every day when they line up for food. The Palestine people are not moving around with guns and ammunition, but yet still they're being bombed every day. So these are people who do not have any bombs and ammunition, but yet still they're being bombed and killed and murdered every day by the government of Israel. And CARICOM must take a strong position against what is happening in Israel. And therefore, if CARICOM can take a strong position, then all of the Caribbean government should give up all of its diplomatic relationship with Israel. Because why should we maintain that kind of relationship with a country that is just murdering, the people of Palestine?
Yes, sir. Yes, it's really when you look at our record. We have been firm so far. I can remember that the Caribbean was firm against the apartheid regime in South Africa.
Yeah.
And
that in itself is
Yes, and we as people in the Caribbean who have been brutalized, have been victims of brutality, we should be in defense of every time we see brutality against people, we should be standing up against it. Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yes, sir. Yes, and the other thing, sir, is that when you how do you when you look at in the Middle East so far, and when you look at the reactions from the Arab neighbors, the Arab countries, yes, what do you make of the response so far from the countries in the region?
Well, I mean, as I mentioned, we should be doing a lot more. In terms of development, and developing a stronger relationship with the Palestine people, as well as the Middle East. I don't have a problem with that, but we need to work on making Israel respect humanity in
sir.
Palestine.
Yes. Mm-hmm. And you observe that Israel escalated its hostility a week ago by bombing Iran.
Yeah.
And so it is clear that the Israeli government is not concerned about any peace.
No.
Yes, it is waging war.
War.
Yes.
Israel is just waging war all over the Middle East,
Mm-hmm.
and they're also backed by the United States of America,
Yes,
but
sir.
one day coming soon, people will wake up and they will fight, the struggle for humanity.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And what so far? What are your plans going forward after Wednesday's court?
Well, our plan would be to continue to express our solidarity and to work together with our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean, so that we can express our solidarity in a strong way. So this case is not the final thing. This case is part of a struggle and a movement.
Yes. Okay. Yes, sir. And you mentioned something earlier on about that we should work with Venezuela and Cuba to set up scholarship. Develop scholarships for the,
because they have the experience.
Yes.
In terms of bringing people from Palestine to our region to study. So because there are people from Palestine studied in Cuba and in Venezuela, so they have the experience. So I think CARICOM should work with both of those countries, not only to bring people from Venezuela to study, but also to bring people from Palestine to study, but also to bring people from Palestine who may need medical assistance and in areas that we could assist them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, certainly. Because they certainly need medical attention, because we know that all or most if not all the hospitals in Gaza has been destroyed by Israeli bombs, right?
True.
Right. And we see that people right now are starving. There are many children.
Every day.
Yes, there are many children there who are suffering from malnutrition. So if
I can't sleep at night.
Yes. So if we can do something to assist those children, yes, we should. Yes, we should try and do that. I mean.
Correct.
Yeah, total agreement with that. Well, let us see how things work out on Wednesday, Mr. Denny.
And then we move from there.
Yes. We hope.
Okay.
Yes.
And thanks a lot.
Yes. And thank you very much for taking time out to be with us. Yes, sir.
And I thank you also, my brother. Take care.
Okay. That is Mr. David Denny from the Caribbean Against Apartheid in Palestine. Yes. So that is the situation there. The existing situation is atrocious. Yes. People of Palestine are suffering. Yes. It is very, 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 very destructive. Children are without food, right? So malnutrition, water. They don't have access to proper water supplies. And as Mr. Denny pointed out, and based on the reports that we have seen, that the people are dying. Bombs, they are being bombed every day. Every day. And nothing that the response from the world to this destruction is just worthless, totally worthless. You know, when you look and see that people are being killed, and this is you're what one, you know, you only see these things in movies, right? One never think that you know, you could see people being killed on TV. Yes. Well, that is what is happening right now as we witness this destruction of the Palestinian people. And as I said, very little is being said. The world is silent on these atrocities. Just something that it is, as I said, totally out. And those of us in the Caribbean who are lifting our voices in defense, we just want to strengthen that call. And as I indicated, that we know that the Jamaican Palestinian community be staging a peaceful protest in Montego Bay next week. Yes, and we invite all Jamaicans to join in sending a message to our Caribbean leaders, urging them to sever relations with Zionist state. So we are looking forward to your support, and we will continue this struggle until Palestine is free. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Oh, Jamaica, rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we climb. JPS Jamaica. Together we shine.
Shine for the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Your JPS and make the shine never end.
Property for sale in Oak Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
He's always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee too, partner drop bombs, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. So no matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me.
Welcome back to Rebel Radio, and we are continuing our discussion on the plight of the Palestinian people. And we have with us Comrade Libre, who is a humanitarian worker from Puerto Rico in Gaza, and Liz, a Palestinian activist in Trinidad and Tobago. Good afternoon, Libre. Good afternoon, Liz.
Good afternoon, Batman.
Yes, yes. Yes, Comrade Libre, let us start with you. You have actually spent some time in Gaza?
Yes, I've been in Gaza for 13 months now, doing humanitarian work with a medical solidarity organization.
Let's tell our listeners so far what has been your experience over there.
I mean, what I can say is, since the time I entered and now, things have gotten significantly worse. We're seeing more mass casualties, more massacres, more violations of human rights. There was recently a study where the IDF admitted to massacring at least 377,000 Gazans throughout this genocide, and that's more than 10% of the population of Gaza being genocided without any consequences from the international courts, any tangible actions to stop. No arms embargo, no sanctions have been imposed. No one is at risk of being locked up. 97% of homes in the Gaza Strip have been destroyed, which means most people are living in tents. And we just started summer, so the days are now about 30 to 31 degrees. Imagine living that in a tent with no access to water, limited access to food, and constant bombardments, because now the Israelis are using 2,000-pound bombs to bury people alive. 83% of the agricultural land has been destroyed, attacking the capacity of Gazans to grow their own food. 73% of the water infrastructure has been completely destroyed, and all 36 of the hospitals in the Gaza Strip have been bombed and are partially or fully destroyed. So every hospital has been hit. There are no safe places, and any and all aspects of international law have been broken without any tangible things to stop this genocide.
Yes, sir.
And I forgot to mention, everyone should be against the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is a joint venture between U.S. Former Special Forces and U.S. And the Israeli occupation forces, claiming that they're distributing aid, but at every single at all three of the aid distribution sites up to now, they've killed at least 600 people that have died hungry or seeking food. And so this is the militarization of humanitarian aid, and we need to stop this, because this could become a new norm that happens in other places if we allow it to happen in Gaza. And that's really important to understand. Whatever we allow to happen here is a possible norm moving forward.
Yes. So people are lining up for food and they are being bombed.
They're being bombed. Last week they were shot by tanks. So there's quadcopters, there's tanks, there's drones, there are IDF soldiers, and there are the people that are supposedly distributing the aid are all mercenaries. They're paid $1,100 a day to kill people and claim that they're distributing aid. And their idea of distributing aid is putting boxes in the middle of some empty land, opening the gates, and whoever gets to that first is the one that gets that gets the aid. It's not distributing. It's not dignified. And you're trying to go get food because there's been a total blockade of the Gaza Strip for 4 months. And up to now, most Gazans have still not gotten any aid of the little aid that has come in. And so, people are desperate and starving, and they want to feed their families. So they're going to risk their lives to possibly go get aid. And some of them are not going to come home.
Yes.
And there are 39 people missing as well. So people are being kidnapped. Children are being abducted. And people are being disappeared. And again, no accountability whatsoever.
Yes. And would you have seen children, malnourished children in Gaza? Have you seen that?
Yes. So 100% of the Gazan population is at risk of malnutrition. All of us, everyone in Gaza Strip. Since March 2nd, when the total blockade of the Gaza Strip happened, from then till now, just under 100 children have died of hunger. The acute malnutrition rates of youth and children are growing, and women are having miscarriages because they don't have access to enough nutritious food to support the birth of their baby. So we have children dying before they're even born because there's such a lack of food in the Gaza Strip, and we have babies that are in incubators that are dying within 1 to 2 days because they're born malnourished, and we don't and the supplements that we would need to give these babies so that they would survive are not being allowed in by the Israelis.
Yes. You said the majority of homes in Gaza have been destroyed.
Yes, 97% of homes in the Gaza Strip have been completely destroyed.
And so the people are now living in tents.
Yes, almost everyone has been forced to live in tents. And the problem now, because 83% of the Gaza Strip is under evacuation orders or a red zone. So now they just gave evacuation orders yesterday to 2 neighborhoods. The people that are evacuating, if they can't take their tents, they're sleeping on the streets because the Israelis are not allowing tents in. So we can't provide people with the proper shelter that they would need, even though a tent is not a dignified place to be. It's better than people sleeping on the street. Unfortunately, since the total blockade was imposed on March 2nd, we have not been able to get in a single tent for distribution to families that have been forcibly displaced. And when I say forcibly displaced, I mean they're getting evacuation orders. They're being shot at by quadcopters, being bombed. They have to leave everything that they have and run and hope that they survive to make it to somewhere that isn't being actively bombed. There's nowhere that's safe in the Gaza Strip.
So when they give evacuation orders, where the people must go? Where these people who are asked to evacuate, where must they go?
So they're usually told to go close to the sea, to go west towards the sea and south towards Rafah. So a lot of the evacuation orders have been on the eastern parts of the Gaza Strip. So the 17% of the land that is not in a red zone is mostly coastal. So people are being pushed west towards the coast and south towards the Egyptian border, which has been a tactic of the Israelis since the beginning. to forcibly displace people in their own land, and it's mostly desert area. So again, lack of access to clean water. People are dying of things that are easily avoidable, diseases that could be easily fixed if we had the medicine or if we had sanitation like water and soap. Those things are being intentionally denied, and people are dying because they don't have access, ready access to a lot of these things, because you don't get that intense, and there's no infrastructure for these communities that are being displaced.
Wow. This is really, 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 really terrible. So, how would you describe the situation in Gaza right now? Just describe it for us.
I would say that the situation in Gaza has gotten significantly worse. What we're seeing and what we're hearing. The only reason why I can't hear it right now is because I have my headphones in. But there's the constant sound of drones that are surveilling and monitoring and watching you. There are quadcopters that have pre-recorded noises to lure people out and shoot them. For example, some of these quadcopters have the sound of a crying baby, and they'll play it in some of these tent communities. And when people come out to check on this, what they think is a baby, they get shot by a quadcopter. Imagine this being your reality. And if you receive evacuation orders, you have to be ready to grab your backpack and whatever you can, and run on foot. The majority of the population is evacuating on foot. And then when you're able to settle in, you have to, your priorities are trying to find food and water for the day. The prices of food, because it's a genocide and because there's a blockade, have gone up significantly in price, and a majority of the population hasn't worked in 2 years. So when the price of a kilo of tomatoes is about $35 to $40, that's not even accessible for most people with a regular paying job without a genocide. But this is the cost of fresh produce here during the genocide. And rice, 1 kilo of rice is about $10 to $11 for a kilo of rice. So if you can't buy food, you'll get in line. You'll have one of your family members get in a line to go to a community kitchen and wait to possibly get food. And then another family member will look for a place that is distributing water and wait in line, starting early in the morning. And you'll wait in line to fill up your water jugs with clean water to take back to your tent. And sometimes, because we're not allowed to get the chemicals to treat the water properly, the water isn't always sweet. If I am diabetic, I don't have access to my diabetes medicine, so I'll be going to visit a hospital or a primary health clinic only to find out that the medicine that I need is outside. I don't have access to it, and eventually I'm either going to die or I'm going to be living miserably in a hot tent that is not made for the heat, but it's the only thing that I have. And at night, I won't be able to get a proper night's sleep because there's bombings, and there's the constant buzzing of these drones. And I may have to wake up early to go to try to find some some food from a distribution site where I may or may not come back home from. And so the everyday lived reality is that the Zionists are trying to attack anything that resembles life and dignity, and create chaos, and anything can become a massacre. Just today, there was 2 groups of people at a cafe sitting next to the beach, and the Israelis bombed a cafe. They killed over 30 people, injured significantly more. And these are people that are going to get coffee and going to celebrate their birthdays. And so just every aspect of your life is consumed by survival.
Yes. Boy, Liz, you, hello, Liz.
Hi, I'm here. Yeah.
You're hearing what Libra is telling us.
Yes. And like Libra said, it's an extermination. And this is why we all need to do more. I just want to briefly talk about the summit next weekend. So the CARICOM summit will be 6th to the 8th in Montego Bay, and all of the leaders from CARICOM will be present, including associate member states and also ambassadors from all over the world, including the Palestinian ambassador to the Caribbean will also be there, as well as BDF and organizers from across the Caribbean. So this is a huge opportunity for anyone who's against the genocide to show up, let them know that there is no place for genocide in the Caribbean. Look, it's an obligation and a duty to do what we can to stop this. The Palestinian cause is our cause, and it's the first live stream genocide in history. Prime Minister Mia Mottley from Barbados said that. The president of Guyana and St. Vincent also called it a genocide. But those are only statements. They have not done anything tangible to stop this genocide. All they have done is recognize the state of Palestine, and they have started to establish relations, right? But that's the bare minimum. What we need CARICOM to do is to cut diplomatic and economic ties with Israel, impose sanctions. They also need to stop selling their flags to ship military material to Israel. These are just some of the demands that we're asking for. And we have a few different letters out right now that many organizations across the region are signing on to, and we ask for these things at the summit. Look, Zionism has creeped its way into all of our nations in many ways. Like Jamaica, I know has many Zionist influence with security systems, the water, the police. I recently saw some videos of the police in Jamaica bragging about their guns being from Israel in videos that they're making on YouTube. So it's atrocious that our nations are doing business with a place that is on trial for genocide. And we, the people, need to stand up and do something about it. Because at the end of the day, the heads of states and the leaders, they're not what shaped the region, the Caribbean region, right? Most change, if you look back in history, most change has always came from people on the ground, organizing, unionizing, just the working class people. And that's what needs to happen here. Otherwise, they're just going to continue to be puppets of the West and not do anything about this. So everyone needs to show up at the summit to make our voices heard. You know, like Jamaica played a significant role in the movement against apartheid in South Africa. You know, we must not forget our own revolutionary histories and struggles. We have so many revolutionary people that have came from the Caribbean, you know, and I know when we say that, a lot of people think about the men, but there's so many revolutionary women too. And I just, you know, I always want to shout them out because, like Claudia Jones from Trinidad, Celia Sanchez from Cuba, Queen Nanny from Jamaica. You know, we have to learn from them and understand their ideas. And, you know, there's so many wonderful women now that I'm in struggle with and that are leading this movement. So, you know, the true power that we have, the true power always lies in the people. Through love, through solidarity, especially international solidarity, and community. So we need to keep those things at the front of the struggle. If we have those things, we will be able to defeat any hateful and racist ideology like Zionism, because that's what it is. You know, Zionism and imperialism are the greatest and most harmful evils of our time. And again, it's our duty to challenge them wherever we are and however we can. And I just want to say something too. Even I know your show is on the internet, so people from all over can listen in. Caribbean people in the diaspora, especially those living in Empire, should also be helping in the Caribbean to help organize our people as much as you can. There's a big need for that right now, and people in the diaspora can actually help more than you think you can. So please just help as much as you can, whatever you can do. And there's so much Western influence on our region right now, and we need to reject these Western concepts and ideas. There's just so much like individualism, you know, the obsessiveness with celebrities and media and consumer culture. These things are colonial in origin, and we need to reject it. So I just wanted to throw that in there. But yes, we need to do more to end this. So please show up next Sunday, everyone that can in Jamaica, across the region. You know, we need to just make sure that they hear us and they see us, and they know that the people do not want this, and we do not want ties with Israel, a genocidal state.
Yes. Okay, Liz. Okay, Libby. What we will have to do, we will have to continue. As I said before, Rebel Radio will provide a platform for us to continue ventilating these issues. So, Libre, and expect a call from Rebel Radio in the coming week for us to continue this discussion. So I want to thank both of you today for your time and let you know that we will be calling on you again, for we have to keep these ideas right on the front line. So thanks very much to both of you.
Thank you. I think Libre, their connection probably cut off. So Thank you, Desmond.
Yes.
We'll chat. We'll talk. Take care. Bye.
Thank you very much. Yes, that was Liz, you know, Palestinian activist in Trinidad and Tobago. And before him, we had Libre. Yes, he's a humanitarian worker from Puerto Rico, but he is now in Gaza. Yes, and you heard his account of what is happening over there right now. It's atrocious. All right, let us go for a break. Now, this is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Jamaica rise, we're built with fire, passion and vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're rich in kind, so energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Your JPS and make the shine never end.
44 sale in Oak Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
Tools, hardware.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and we are now going over to Manchester. Yes, you know, after that story there from Gaza, heartbreaking. But we are now going over to northeastern Manchester. And we have with us Manayard. Yes, Honorable Audley Shaw. And this is the man who has kept the Labour Party flag flying in Manchester, or put it this way, the county of Middlesex for over 3 decades. And he has now decided that time has come for him to hang up his cap. Good evening, Mr. Shaw.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. So, I can well imagine you, when you look back, you and your political career. Your political career started decades ago, and you have now. Tell us about your. Let us talk about your early entrance to politics. Tell my listeners how that went.
Okay. Well, I entered politics about 1987, and in the 1989 election, I was beaten by an undertaker. Calvin Lynn.
Yes.
Calvin Lynn.
Yes.
So the following year, I took away all of the Parish Council seats.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to Calvin, we make an agreement, no?
Yes.
You take care of the dead, and I take care of the living. Anyway,
yes.
Calvin did not run again in 93.
Okay.
And that's when I won. And I have won all the elections since then.
Yes, sir. So he never said yes or no, he just walked away. Yes.
But my suggestion that in case take care of the dead and I take care of the living was a part of his judgment.
I see. So, Mr. Shaw, how would you describe your tenure in Northeast Manchester? You have defeated all the opponents who have come up against you, and you have been serving the constituency. How would you describe your time?
Well, yes, in 33 years, it has its ups and downs.
Yes.
Because when I first won, the PNP was in power, and they were serving for 18 years.
Mm-hmm.
Because we only took over from them in 2007.
Yes.
So I would be in the focus of being an MP for 14 years under the PNP.
Yes.
And between 93 and 2007, it's 14 years.
Yes, sir.
And in 2007, we won, and
the government.
Yes.
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 But
And
what I do recall, you as an opposition member, you were very vocal. Because I can remember that you were at one time you were the spokesman on finance.
Yes.
And you every year during your presentation you broke a scandal.
and then I became Minister of Finance.
Yes.
In 2007.
Yes. You recall that I think there was some amendment to the law. You can remind me, refresh my memory now. There was, while you were in opposition, there was some amendment to the law, and I think the GG, the then GG, had a remark that the law should be named after you. Just remind my listeners what that was all about again.
Was that what?
No, said I remember that there was some amendment to one of the laws there, as a result of your presentations, right? And I recall that the GG made a remark, the then GG made a remark that the law should be actually named after you. Yeah. Yes.
Well, yeah, I have to refresh my memory about that one.
Yes. But you said you spent 14 years as a member of parliament under the PNP regime. What was those years like?
Why? Well, it was a uphill battle for me, and because apart from my as MP, the things that I got done, there was a limited ability to do the things that I wanted to do, Mm-hmm. And but so I served 3 terms? 3 terms under the PNP.
Yes.
Before the Labour Party got in the saddle in
2007.
2007.
Yes.
And then Bruce Golding was Prime Minister, and he named me Minister of Finance.
Yes, sir. And
I served as Minister of Finance for 4 years, and then the PNP took over back in 2012.
Yes.
And we took over back in 2016, and I became Minister of Finance again for 2 years.
Yes.
So I was Minister of Finance for 6 years, Minister of Industry, Investment, Commerce, Agriculture and Fisheries for 4 years, and Minister of Transport and Mining for about 2 years.
Yes, sir. Yes. And another, during your time as finance minister, for the first term, that was a rough period for you though, because that was a time when the country broke off relationship with the IMF. You recall that?
Well, it was broken off before I became Minister of Finance.
Mm-hmm.
It
Yes.
was broken off before I became Minister of Finance.
Yes.
And, I spent time trying to rebuild our relationship with the IMF.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yes. And another highlight of your political career was when you challenged the Prime Minister, then leader of the party, for leadership of the party. Tell us about that.
That was in 2020.
Yes. No, not 2020. Was in 2020? No, man, it's not 2020. It's not 2020, that.
When was it done?
It was before 2020 when you challenged.
No.
When you challenged Mr. Holness for leadership.
No.
No, hold on. Remind me. The JP was in government. Was the government when you challenged him for leadership, or it was in opposition?
No, I think we're in opposition.
Yeah, you were in opposition, not government. So it's not. Remember, said 2020, the JLP was in government. The last election was September 2020. So it's not 2020, man.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, yes, remind us about that experience, son.
Well, I challenged him, and it made him stronger because I got some good votes, and he only won by about 200 votes.
Mm. Yes.
So anyway, I think my challenge made him stronger.
Yes. Yes. So, back to your constituency now, Mr. Shaw, you having served there for 30 odd years, but what are some of, for example, I know that one of the issues in the constituency is there's a water issue. Many people don't have access to water. There are some roads issue there, but what would you describe as your main achievements in Northeast?
Well, over the years, I had the strongest back-to-school program in the country of all members of parliament. I had the strongest back-to-school program of all members of parliament. And
why do you say that?
PNP and JLP came for their support.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Why do you say you had the strongest back-to-school program?
Hmm?
Why do you say that you had the strongest back-to-school program?
Because the thing about it is that I don't know that there was another MP that had as strong a back to school program as mine, because mine served. Mine did not clarify, did go between European people. I assisted every child who required assistance.
Okay. So you would say that is one of your major achievements?
Yes, yes. It's one of my major achievements. Yeah. And because of it, it caused painful families to be in support of me.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Oh boy.
What else you would put on the record as a major achievement?
Go ahead. Say that again.
No, I said, what else would you put on the record as an achievement in the constituency during your time?
Well, I built a bypass in Christiana. And I was very of all kinds of things for the people of the constituency. It was not just students alone that I assisted. It was people that were requiring health care, and other assistance. The farm work program was doubled up on them. and there we repaired roads. Although roads get bad, we repaired roads as well. Okay?
Yeah. But you were not able to address the water problem, though.
Each dog has repeat that.
I said you were not able to address the water problem in the constituency.
Well, I did some, and I'm still doing some, because right now we have a major water program in Mandeville, and it's going to be stretched across the entire constituency, the entire parish.
Yes.
It's $4.5 billion is invested in the water improvement for the parish of Manchester.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what are some of your disappointments?
I've got to think about that.
I see. Yes. So you are now your candidate, the man that you endorse to replace you, did not get through. But you have, I know that you have shown your support behind Ambassador Marks.
Jim Marks.
Yes.
Well, I had, first of all, favored Omar Miller.
Yes.
Because his father was a counselor before him, 22 years. And then Omar Miller was counselor for 14 years.
Yes.
Yes. So, but otherwise, Omar has fallen behind
Ambassador.
Ambassador.
Yes.
And I'm doing the thing to make sure that he becomes mayor of London when the next election.
That is 4 years. That is 4 years time. Well, I tell you what, we have to call this segment part 1 because your 33 years cannot be done in half an hour. So let us say we have completed part 1 and to be continued. So thank you today, and I'm going to call on you again.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, Mr. Shaw, Manayard.
God bless you.
Have a good evening. Yes.
You same to you.
Yes, that was MP Audley Shaw, Northeastern Manchester. Yes, that is the man who, has served the constituency there for decades. Let us go for a break now. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
lights keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS, and make the shine never end.
Property for sale in Oak Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
Okay, welcome back. And it's time for workers' time, you know. And this is where we spend time on a Monday looking at what is happening at the workplace. Yes. And we have with us this afternoon the president of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions, St. Patrice Ennis. Mr. Ennis, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Brother Desmond.
Yes, sir. And I heard over the 12 o'clock news that some of your members in Western Jamaica are upset. Could you tell us what is happening down there?
Well, yes, the medical technologists, laboratory technicians, and lab attendants at the Cornwall Regional Hospital, as well as medical technologists at both the Savannah Lamar Hospital and Falmouth Hospital have embarked on protest action effective 8 o'clock this morning. Mm-hmm. Also, along with the medical technologists, was also the health record workers at the Savannah Lamar Hospital also embarked on industrial action. And that is in furtherance of their demand for the respective institution to settle outstanding matters with them. And these outstanding matters relate to the non-payment or the non-issuance of uniform material from 2016 to 2021, and the payment in lieu of the non-issuance of certain uniform. Not filling certain posts, cytotech posts that has been vacant for the medtechs at the Cornwall Regional Hospital. Not paying over the laundry allowance to lab attendants and the laboratory technicians. And not even providing the workers for 2 years, at least those who have been in their employ for 2 years now, of protective gear such as their lab coats, and to have medical technologists working in a lab without a lab coat is really an indictment on the system and on the management at the institution. And so for those reasons, among others, workers who, together with their union, had written on several occasions asking for the intervention of the region, they have ignored us. And our last letter to them was on May 15th. And
we have lost Mr.
We only received a reply to our letter I'm sorry about that. Hello? Are you hearing me?
Yes, I lost you for a little moment. Repeat what you said then.
Right. Our last letter, we have written on more than one occasion, but our last letter to the region, the Western region,
I don't know.
decided to respond on Friday last.
Yes.
Our last letter to the region was on May 15th, and they only decided to respond on.
I don't know. Your internet. You know, Mr. Hennis, you know the internet is the.
Because we had a meeting with.
No,
yes, you're not hearing me?
I was saying that you are breaking up. Wonder if I can call you straight.
All right, let's try that.
Yeah, hang up and let me call you straight. Yes, we are having some phone issues. We are trying to straighten that out now. We are talking to St. Patrick's Ennis, the president. Yes, Mr. Ennis, you are there now?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
I was saying that our last letter to the Western region was dated May 15th, and they warning them that failure to take tangible steps to resolve these protracted matters is likely to result in some form of protest action from the workers. They ignored that. And only when we had our meeting at the Conway Regional Hospital on Friday last, then in Friday night, they decided to send a letter to us, which I only saw this morning on my arrival at the Conway Regional Hospital.
Okay.
Partially responding to some of the issues and requesting more time. The workers, on seeing that information just now, found that to be unacceptable and a total disrespect, scant regard for their, work and, what they really do. And, took the action that they took this morning. And as I mentioned, it's not only at one institution. It was affected 3 institutions. But at Cornwall, where I was, 300 patients had to be turned back this morning.
Wow.
Because of the closure of the non-provision of the functions of the lab or the services of the lab.
So as we speak, the protest continues?
It continues, and my information is that it will continue into tomorrow. We have had dialogue with the permanent secretary, who admittedly was not in the loop, and is just now trying to, see what best he can do. But the communication from at least 2 years ago has been with the Western region, and they have paid scant regard to the workers' issues, and I believe somebody must be held accountable. The HR department is lacking, and it's not a serious department, to be quite honest. And it is time now in this country we stop just, glossing over things and say, okay, we are going to fix, and not holding people accountable. We're sort of tired of that, because the public sector has received improvement in salaries for restructuring. So we expect better service from our own. And so to have these things, a lab, a medical technologist, and persons working in a lab, not being provided protective gear such as a lab coat for 2 years is unacceptable.
Yes.
Really unacceptable. And somebody must be responsible for that.
Are you saying that you during discussion with the PS that he was not aware of these issues?
No, he wouldn't have been aware. He wasn't aware, because, as you know, Desmond, these regions are said to be autonomous.
Yes.
They have their own procurement people. They are provided with once they make their request to the Ministry of Finance, they have, right? While he oversees the entire ministry, they have autonomy, and it doesn't require an intervention of a permanent secretary. A lab coat, everybody knows if you have if you have a lab scientist in a lab, then he needs a lab coat. I mean, even those of us who don't know nothing, see it on TV and see these people walking around with white coat and so on. I mean, you know, so at a hospital, the second most major institution, health institution in the country, a type 5 hospital, the next biggest lab apart from the National Public Health Lab. We are not having persons in there working with proper PPE, protective gears. Is not something that we can find tolerable at all. And we believe people must be held accountable. We have persons who are entitled to washing allowance. These persons have not received it since April 2024. You know,
1 year ago.
Yes, and right, and we have been. It's not that they don't know. I met with them. I wrote to them. We don't know what else to do. And they have just, the only time they decide to respond is in that June 27 letter. That is unacceptable.
Yes.
And it can't be business as usual. I have told the permanent secretary that it can't be business as usual. We have to begin to hold persons accountable for the job which we pay them to do.
So, as you said,
so that is what is going on.
The protest continues, and it will continue until tomorrow, which by then you hope that the matter will be resolved. Is that the case?
By that we hope that. Listen, we don't expect things are a lab coat. We expect the worker ought not to be in the lab unless they are provided with the proper protective gears.
Yes.
Right? No insurance policy is going to honor anything that happens to you unless you do what you're supposed to. Honor the safety protocol.
Yes. Okay.
Right? If you do not, then you would be in breach of your own policy.
Yes. Okay.
Right? That is standard. Right? And so we say that these things must be settled down. The outstanding issues, we need timeline in terms of the resolution of some. As we know that some cannot be done overnight and require some form of process and procedure. Right? Now, those things we will engage them in, but some of the things can be dealt with right now, and we are saying those should be tangible steps should be taken, and we should reduce those things to writing as to when exactly we expect these things to be implemented.
Okay, yes, sir. Well, I also observed, Mr. Hennis, that the wage talks now for workers in the public sector.
Public sector workers?
Yes, as I observed some exchanges between you and the Minister of Finance. For example, I see where the Minister of Finance announced that that the government is paying increments. I don't understand. I didn't understand what is happening there. Can you explain it for us, please?
Well, last year, September, the JCTU, Jamaica Confederation of Trade Union, and the previous minister, Dr. Nigel Clark, come to an agreement on the payment of increment that was unilaterally suspended by the government. That increment for the years 2022, 23, because our contract period is April to March. So from April to March 22 to 23, same April to March 23, 24, April to March
24, 25.
24, 25. those increments were not being paid. The government unilaterally suspended the payment of such increment. The government has not the authority to do so, nor does even the JCT have the authority to negotiate away the workers' instrument. That is a decision that is made by the Governor General when certain conditions arise. And none of those conditions came to the fore, such as performance, such as the unable to pass a required exam, and disciplinary issues. Those are the conditions set out in the public service regulations for the suspension that may give rise to the suspension of increment. None of those things happened. The government chose to suspend it. And so we entered into discussions with the government, and by way of those discussions, we came to an agreement that the increment will be restored, and that is to take effect in April of this year. But those were delayed, and so it is coming into effect now. Okay. And the payment for each year of increment is 2.5%. Each year of increment, 22, 23, 23, 24, 24 to 25, 2.5% to go on your basic salary.
Okay.
And on that 7.5%, it's accumulative sum, is to be implemented this year. And that is what the ministry is implementing.
Okay.
So those are for retrospective period. Oh. It cannot now be said or cannot be argued that that is for our claim for improvement in wages, which is for the years going forward, 25 to 26 and for 26 to 27.
Okay.
That's right. And we have made claims for those for improvement in wages and other conditions. Other conditions of employment. And so for the minister to now be saying that represents an offer to always claim is misguided.
Yes, that is because those were negotiated already, so it's just payment. And I recall
exactly.
I recall the outcome of that. I recall that meeting with the former finance minister. And on this program, I recall
exactly.
You did announce that some agreement was arrived at, and now the increment will be paid. Okay.
Right.
So no, I understand.
So you couldn't be paying from last year in September monies for a new contract period, or making for a contract period. April to March for 25, 26. That doesn't make any sense.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
And we only served claim in November of last year.
Yes. Okay.
The agreement about the increment is in September of last year.
Yeah.
So that doesn't make any sense. It couldn't be in response to our claim. Yeah. Our claim came in November of last year. The agreement for the payment of increment was in September of last year.
Yes. So I see where the government has responded to the claims by offering 0% in 1 year, and I think what they offered is It's a 7.5% they have offered. Is that
for 4 years.
Yes. Okay.
We made a claim for 2 years.
Yes.
15% in year 1 and 10% in year 2.
Mm-hmm.
And they have responded by proposing a 4-year contract and 0% in year 1 and 2.5% for years 2, 3, and 4.
Okay, all right.
Which we have.
That has been rejected. Yes.
Yes, and we are to have a meeting with Minister Xavier Main on July 3rd. To register, our disappointment with his response, but moreover, to tell the minister that we would like to know some context needs to be had with respect to these negotiations. Like where we're going, what sort of time frame he's looking at, and we have the mindset of the government, because from the response that we got, we don't understand what trajectory the government is on, particularly since we are in such, according to the government, such good financial standing.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I mean, the offer doesn't really reflect how buoyant our economy is, according to the government.
But the other thing that will have to be taken into account, the government right now, is focused on elections. I know that you would observe that.
Well, yes, yes, and so we find it kind of strange to saying to over 100,000 people who vote that this is your offer.
Well, I don't know what is their thinking at all. So, it will, as you said, you have a meeting coming up on the 3rd for the issue to be clarified.
Right.
Yes.
So we will have some discussions, and then we will see where we go from there.
Yes.
And Minister Main have been gracious enough to accept on short notice a meeting, and is been quite cordial.
Okay. And well, let us see how it works out, Mr. Main. But so far, we are now in well, today is the last day of June, tomorrow is July. So when do you expect the negotiations to start?
When do we expect the negotiations to start? Well, we will get some insight on that when we meet with the minister.
Okay. Well, let us see what happens. So, yes. So overall, Mr. Hennis, so far the industrial, how would you describe the industrial scene for the first 6 months of the year?
How is the industry?
Yeah. How is it for the first 6 months of this year? The industry, yeah.
No, I didn't get the question, sorry.
Yeah, I said, how would you describe the industrial scene so far for the first 6 months of this year?
Well, the industrial scene, partly it is, well, right now we are in industrial action at the hospital. So I don't know of what else is happening. We had some on the port recently. But it is not very, a lot of challenges. I think some are being resolved through negotiation and through tribunals and so on. Unfortunately, the one that we spoke about earlier had to come to the workers, have to be out with their placards and so on. But that is the state of which some situations or some management decide to deal with us, and so the workers have to do what they have to do.
Yes.
But in a general sense, negotiations are ongoing. Many are in the pipeline. Not too many claims have been settled. So there's still some ways to go.
Mm-hmm. And you would say that the workers generally then are in a restive mood. You wouldn't say that?
Well, Jamaica is known not to be one of the better paying places. I've said on your program that, when compared to other Caribbean countries, our GDP per capita is one of the lowest. I think we're probably better than just Haiti. At just made it over 7,000 US dollars per capita. When you have countries like Bahamas, 30-something thousand. Like 33 or 34,000 per capita income, and so on. So you see where we are. and surveys have said, in terms of, where we are in terms of when we compare with the other Caribbean countries, salaries that Jamaica is not workers are not well compensated at the bottom. When we compare with our other Caribbean countries. So that is what. So, with even an offer by the government, 2.5%, 7.5% over a 4-year period, that doesn't send the right signal to other employers in the country who sometimes take their cue from what government does.
Yes. Well, let us see how it's going to work out. Yes. But one thing that I know you must be keeping your eyes on, is the state of workers around the Caribbean, because it is not easy around the Caribbean either, Mr. Hennis, because, for example, you would have seen that some of the unions sided with the opposition in the last election in Trinidad. And this had to do with what the government was offering the workers. The workers are in Trinidad have not received a pay increase for 4 years. Yes. So let us see how it works out in government. Over here. So I want to thank you very much for your time. And
not a problem, my brother.
Yes, to be continued. Thank you.
Okay, good.
Yes. That was the president of the Jamaica Confederation of Trade Unions there, St. Patrice Ennis. And you heard what is happening down in the West. Yes, workers down there. And you heard that over 300 patients were turned away this morning. And the workers down there are off the job right now. So let us hope that things will be resolved and workers will be back on their job. There's some critical workers who are off the job right now. So let us hope, as I said, that the situation will be resolved as soon as possible. Yes. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
passion and vibes. And through it all, there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're rich in kind, so energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Your JPS and make the shine never end.
For sale in Oak Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
He's always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. The landlord wears the rent, school fee too, partner drop bonds, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. So no matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah, through the good times or through the
Welcome back to Rebel Radio as we continue to talk about what is happening at the workplace. Yes, and workers' time. And we have with us the Mr. Vincent Morrison, and he's the president of UCASE. Mr. Morrison, good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir, and good evening to your listeners.
Yes, sir. What is happening? Could you update us on what is happening at the workplace? What is happening to your unions with your members, and specifically, is there any update on the situation with the security guards and cement company and the bauxite workers?
All right, let me tell you the security guard first. We went to the court on the 19th of May. The issue was we wanted a consolidation of the claims. We had a claims on marksman and we have a claims on guardsman. And they wanted separate hearing. There was 12 affidavits, and they wanted separate and distinct hearing, that is the company. The judge agreed with us that that was time wasted. And the judge has consolidated the hearings. The company indicated that they were going to appeal. I have not been in touch with a lawyer to find out. Our lawyer, the great man, Mr. Leonard Green, to find out what is the situation. But Mr. Green is helping us pro bono. And what I want to say at this time, God bless us. I want to tell him how thankful we are. Because, you know, the security guards, them are poor people. They are the poorest of the poor. And you have a number of guards, maybe about 200-300 guards, who have not worked since last year because they refused to sign a contract that would extinguish all their benefits, their years of service, etc., etc.
Yes.
So that is the issue we have in the court, and we'll be going back to the court in September of this year to start the proceedings. We are asking the court to determine whether the contract is a fair contract or whether the contract is unfair to the workers. I believe it's totally unfair. I'm actually coming from the Ministry of Labour, where we had a meeting with the cement company. I think that is the second meeting we have been having with them. And I think we may have an agreement.
Okay.
We should be going to the ministry on Thursday afternoon. And I think by that time, we should be nearing an agreement.
Okay. That's good
In
news.
terms of the bauxite and aluminum sector, last week, Wednesday, I think it was it, we signed, last week Friday, we signed a new 2-year collective labor agreement with the biggest bauxite establishment in Jamaica, UC Rusal. That's the Russians who own Yurton, Kirkbrine,
Yes.
Port Cavell, and Sonnenberg. We got us, well, the workers by the 1st of August should be seeing a 13% adjustment to their basic pay.
Okay.
Increased lunch allowance, increased meal allowance, work on public holidays, premium rates for that. And one of the good things coming out of the agreement is that we will be meeting with the company to start to discuss, to explore ways and means to get all the production workers in the company, all the temporary workers. We want to get them to join, well, we want to put together a social package for them. Medical, pension, group life insurance, etc. So those big three, I am happy to tell you that it's sort of out of the way. And the workers are very happy that you have been able to carve out an agreement for them at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they're very happy.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, I think they're very happy.
Yes,
That
yes.
we have been able to carve out an agreement.
Yes, and I, yes.
Really hard work, but the delegates, Mr. Paul Works and myself, Mr. Fantagard, a new officer that we recruited recently, they stood up and they stand by me according to Benny King.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think we have put together a reasonable agreement for cement workers, bauxite workers, and we are working seriously to help the other groups.
Yes, sir. So that sounds very good. Good news for the workers there. And, yes. There was a earlier this year there was a dispute with another group of workers that your union represent. I remember it was the slip me now, but there was a dispute. I can remember. The General Secretary was the person who was speaking on that.
It's a group of workers. I know a Spectrum.
What did you say? Spectrum?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. What has become of that?
I think that is either between the ministry and the IDT.
Okay. Yes.
We are also at the IDT with a long service dispute with the cement company.
Mm-hmm.
We are at the IDT with a number of other issues, dismissal, etc., etc. We are preparing now for the public sector negotiations.
Yes.
We noticed there are some unrest among the medical technologists.
Yes, yes.
But on and on, UK is mighty out there. We are fighting from all flanks.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any warheads, but we have kids.
Yes.
And as a result of that, we are making significant gains for the workers.
Beautiful, sir. Beautiful. Very good news. And so, what is the latest with the public dental service?
As I said, we are now putting claims together to serve on the company for the dental doctors.
Yes.
And that will be done in short order.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that will be done in short order.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Ennis, Mr. Morrison, when you look at we have now at the end of the first 6 months of the year. When you look at the first 6 months, how do you describe it, and how would you describe the mood of the workers at this stage?
Contrary to what is coming out of PIOJ, Bank of Jamaica, the Ministry of Finance, etc., the workers are having a hard time. Inflation is not 4%. Inflation is much higher than that. Right? The fact of the matter is that when inflation goes up, and goods and services go up. You don't have a situation where those items that the workers have to use to survive. Food in the supermarket. You don't have a situation where those prices drop, you know.
No, sir.
Them stayed until another bout of inflationary pressures come and push them even higher. The point I'm making is that workers' wages not keeping pace with price movement in Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, the workers have no disposable income
Mm-hmm.
to buy goods and service. And that is why the economy is that way.
Yes. Yes.
There's no discretionary money in the workers' pocket.
Mm-hmm.
I think that workers not stopping at the rum bar again. You know. They can't afford the price at the product.
Yes.
You see? The medication. And you can name all the goods and services that goes into the package that affects the workers. It's a challenge. So this idea about Bank of Jamaica promoting 4% inflation, it is unreasonable, it's unfair, and it is not in keeping with what is needed to improve the overall levels of the economy of the country.
Yeah. And you would have seen what the government response to the JCTU claim.
Yeah.
The government
0% in the first year.
Yes.
And 7% over 3 years.
Yes.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Mm.
Yeah? Crazy. It tells you that the government don't know what is happening out there and they don't care.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yes.
So you don't did this. Workers are not restive though, Mr. Morrison.
Yes.
They are?
They're restive. They're concerned. They're grumbling. Eh?
Mm.
Right? Yeah, there's a whole heap of pent-up pressures, dissatisfaction, for a number of things. I mean, take transportation. I know a number of workers who purchase house in private places like in Langsville and Old Harbour area and those areas.
Yes.
They can't get no house to buy in Kingston. That's what I'm saying. What is happening to them in the afternoon? The time it takes them to get home in the afternoon is just enough for them to get a little sleep, wake up and come back to work.
Yes.
Yeah.
The transportation is bad out in those areas.
So the transportation is bad. And even if you own a car, the cost of the petrol,
yes,
the amount of time you waste on the roads, and when you talk about productivity, these are some of the cardinal sins and the cardinal principles that are to be dealt with by the powers that be, and they're getting absolutely no attention.
Yes. Mm. I see.
I hear that new roads are going to put in the Portmore. I thought what they would have been doing in Portmore is putting a park and ride arrangement. So workers can drive to a section, park their vehicle, and take a bus into the city We don't have trains, which we should have. We should have shot trains. But that is how it should be. The amount of gas that is wasted. Just Portmore to Kingston, morning and evening, is amazing. Eh?
Yes.
And that is why the national product is not performing.
Okay. Yes, sir. That and Mr. Morrison, the other issue is that the compensation package, the adjustment in salaries for in the public sector last year, not last year, 2 years ago, that one of the things that has emerged, that the rank and file workers, which are in the majority, what the compensation package that they got is
it was designed for the workers in the middle and the lower rank of the scale.
Yes.
For example, when you give a worker who works in the school, auxiliary worker, 10%, it really don't mean much to them. Eh? When you give the workers who are at the LMO level in the public sector, it don't mean much. And let me tell you something. The compensation package was really designed for people like the government, ministers, the parliamentarians, the permanent secretaries, senior directors. But when you check groups like the police, the nurses, they're going to feel a good adjustment. But the majority of the groups in the public sector, terrible. Those in the state agencies,
yes,
they had to grapple with 10%, etc. So we still don't have a proper suitable arrangement in terms of salary and salary payments, salary increases across the country.
Yes.
And that is something that needs to be addressed. The private sector, they have to put in place a wage guideline using the BOJ inflation targets. Right?
Okay, yes.
As the guideline. Group side security guard, they get a $1,000 adjustment. That is $2.50 a day. That can't buy a party.
No.
So a lot of work needs to be done in terms of how we adjust salaries.
Yeah.
Not only across the public sector, but across the private sector.
And so far, we have spoken about this already. But what have you heard about the move or the suggestion from the private sector to make some adjustment to the redundancy payment?
Well, I think that is out there waiting an election. If a certain party wins the election, that is going to come to the fore. If the government is returned to power,
yes,
you're going to have a lot of controversial changes in terms of labor legislation. You're going to see them removing a number of things that are there to protect the working class people. And I said this without any apology.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying to the Jamaican workers, no way I do. Be careful when you vote in next election.
Yes. And be careful that you don't
You you see what to the United States?
Yes, that is what I was about to say.
Yes.
What I was about to say, because the workers right now the U.S. economy is going to feel the impact of this immigration policy because
it's going to crash.
Because based on the reports that I am getting is that farmers can't get workers to do to work, right?
Because the Mexican.
Yes.
It's just the Mexican.
Yes.
Right. And the workers from Central America.
Yes.
Yes.
So that is something that
Restaurants are closing down. Because a lot of workers who are not properly documented. They're not leaving them yard.
No.
That's a terrible situation.
Yes.
Terrible situation.
Yes. So we are saying that the Jamaican workers must be aware of what is likely to happen to these rights.
That is my caution to the Jamaican workers coming up in the election.
Yes. All right, so thanks for your time this evening.
Thanks for having me, sir.
Yes, and yes.
And we'll talk.
We'll talk. Take care of yourself. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. That was Mr. Vincent Morrison, the president of UCASE, keeping us informed about what is happening at the workplace. Yes. And you heard him there. The workers are, expectations are high. So we are going to see what is how the government respond to the union claims. As Mr. Ennis pointed out, that there's a meeting on Thursday, yes, and that meeting, the union will have a clearer understanding of what is the government's position. Okay, let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with your super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Jamaica. deeper shine a light.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're reaching heights, our energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and make the vibes blend. Yo, JPS and make the shine never end.
Property for sale in Oak Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
Can't even walk without you holding my hand. I thought number one would surely be me. I thought I could be what I wanted to be. I thought of myself as a mighty big man, but I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Thank you, Jesus. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountains too high and the valley is too wide. On my knees, I've learned to stay. That I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Help me, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, Lord, yeah. I thank God I made Jesus my one and all. From now on this day, I'm surely gonna call. And if I don't trust it, I'd be less than a man. 'Cause I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Oh Lord, can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain's too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay. Can't even walk without you holding my hand. Thank you, Jesus, for all you have done for me right now. You've been so good to me. I thought number one would surely be me. I thought I could be what I wanted to be. I thought of myself as a mighty big man, but I can't even walk without you holding my hand. Like me, Father, can't even walk without you holding my hand. The mountain is too high and the valley is too wide. Down on my knees, I've learned to stay.
see right now, I just got me a deal with ya. So what I want, my friend George Lewis?
Why, Richard Steven, with us day I give the Almighty praises.
And the best thing that, cause when I remember just where I am coming from
to where I'm standing now,
I fell to my knees in praise of your name.
Thanking you, Lord, every step of the way.
Oh, Father, you know I love you.
You touch my heart, my soul with your mercy.
I thank you, my Lord, for all you've done for me. You bless my life in so many ways. No, I will never, ever leave you. I won't be
ungrateful to you, my Lord.
I know that this world is all in your hands.
And we are your children, and so we give you praise.
Oh, Father, you know I love you.
You touch my heart, my soul with your mercy.
I thank you, my Lord, for all you've done for me. You bless my life in so many ways.
Father, I know
In so many ways. Oh, Lord. So when I remember just where I'm coming from,
hey, to where I'm standing now,
fell to my knees in praise of your name.
thanking you, Lord, every step of the way.
Oh, Father, you know I love you.
You touch my heart, my soul with your mercy.
I thank you, my Lord, for all you've done for me. You bless my life in so many ways. Oh, I will never, ever leave you out.
I won't be ungrateful to you, my Lord.
I know that this world is all in your hands.
We are your children, and so we give you praise.
Oh, Father, you know I love you.
You touch my heart, my soul with your mercy.
I thank you, my Lord, for all you've done for me. You bless my life in so many.
Lord, I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready. I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready for your call. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your call. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me to the dark. You shine your light so I could see. Even when I was down on my knees, you said, make you free. Lord, you bring my shield from my enemy. In your loving arms, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, I'm ready for your calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, I breathe. Heavenly Father, you're truly a friend indeed. There is so much that I got to say. I could go on about you every day. Your name I will always praise for the rest of my days. Rest of my days. Rest of my days. Heavenly Father, yeah. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way.
Patrick Smith died this past week. Condolences from the Frankly Speaking Jamaica team to Patrick's family, his colleagues at the JTA, and his many friends. He had been ill for a while. Patrick Smith was a past president of the Jamaica Teachers Association, JTA, and served for several months as Secretary General of the organization. He was for years one of the key salary and benefits negotiations for the teachers. Patrick Smith was also an acclaimed historian and extremely knowledgeable about the history of the JTA and also about the union movement in Jamaica. Patrick Smith was a friend of Winnie Anderson Brown, and he was often a go-to person for me when I wanted a perspective on matters to do with the JTA as well as matters of state in Jamaica. He supported the Frankly Speaking podcast and was a guest on our episode 136 on September 16, 2024. We repeat that episode today in memory of Patrick Smith. Rest well, Patrick. Frankly Speaking Live returns next week, Sunday, July 6, 2025. Thank you for being with us.
Frankly Speaking, episode 136. It's about what's happening to us in Jamaica. Not the rate of growth, not the amount of remittances so far this year, not the failing education system, not what's happening in the health service, not the prohibitive price of vegetables about which we hear there's price gouging. No, none of that. It's help us understand what is happening to our country. It's Patrick Smith. Now, Mr. Smith is a historian and commentator. Some will know him as a former president of the JTA, Jamaica Teachers Association, and interim Secretary General he was as well. But he's here in his capacity as a commentator, nothing to do with the JTA. Winnie Anderson Brown and Desmond Richards, our regular commentators, are with us too today. Podcast aims to look at what is happening to us. What is happening to us? And I'm going to tell you about the gentleman you see on the screen, a 71-year-old man who died at the airport where there was no standing ambulance service. Now, he was stripped of watch and other valuables on the way to the morgue. Nothing new, some will say, because people in traffic crashes, mourning and dying, have been robbed of their phones. People use those said phones to send ghoulish pictures to others. There is garbage everywhere. The unplanned settlements are spreading right across the point. What's happening to us? Patrick Smith, please tell us what's happening to Jamaica and whether there is cause for concern. Patrick. Can you hear us?
Okay. Now, first of all, I want to create some context here. Let us not pretend as if there was once upon a time when everything was good in Jamaica. Let us not begin by sanitizing the past and make it appear as if things are bad just now. As a child, I remember hearing the horrible story of the Kendall crash. There was the story is told of a man, and that crash was the worst crash in the history of Jamaica. That train crashed at Kendall in Manchester, where 200 persons died and a number of others were injured. And the story is told that this man, his watch was being taken from his hand when he shouted, "Good God, make me dead no." I am not saying that to say it was happening before, so we should allow it to continue. I am saying that while we discuss these topics, we should not allow our minds to go to a time when things were perfect. There's no time like that. So let's not sanitize the past. That's the first comment I would make on that. When the Bible, Cain killed Abel, why? He was jealous of the sacrifice that Abel presented to God. And there are a number of stories in the Bible of wickedness, incest, the story of David, a man after God's own heart, that saw this woman bathing and decided that he would have the husband killed to have her. All of this, I am saying that there was never a time when all was well. So let us remember that while we discuss. It is wrong. It was wrong then. It is wrong now. I am not saying because it used to happen, we should accept it. I am saying let us remember that this problem is not new. It's only magnified by social media. So we hear far more than we used to hear. And far more people are involved.
You're talking as if we must feel normal, Winnie.
No.
We should be feeling normal about this. We should understand that it's a little bit, you're hearing a little bit more about it. I am disagreeing with you strongly.
No, it is not normal. I am saying that it was wrong then, it is wrong now, but the problem is it has become normalized. People are accepting it. That is the problem. It has.
But Winnie's making a fundamental point there, you know, that life for the vast majority of black people in Jamaica is worse in the past than what it is right now, you know. Let us get that very straight, you know. My father's life was worse than mine.
Materially worse? You mean materially worse?
The living, the social condition in Jamaica, the social economic condition that my father experienced was worse than what I experienced. Right? Was worse. The conditions that the vast majority of black Jamaicans lived in during the 40s and 50s. It was worse than now.
But I think that we all expect that. I think that we all expect improvements over the years, over the decades, from one generation to the next. I think that we expect that. I think that's how societies go and develop.
I agree with you. Each generation is supposed to improve, and the other generation, the one that they succeed. I agree with that. But Winnie is making a point, which is a valid point, that Jamaica was known. There are people who try to paint a picture like in the past, those were glory days. There were no glory days in Jamaica for black people. None.
Which is a different argument. But I want to come back to that issue about these values and attitudes. Which is accepted and which is a different argument as well. But when we interrupt you,
the point I'm making is that we should not sanitize the past, because what is going on is totally unacceptable. But at the same time, let us not pretend as if there was a time when it was perfect. Murder is not normal. It is wrong when a vehicle crashes and people just go and prey on the living and the dead and dying and take pictures and send it around. It is wrong. But in looking at it, let us not pretend as if there was a time when everything was perfect. That's the point.
But we're not starting there, that to me, Winnie, is a sub. It's an attempt at an excuse to bring down or to normalize the present situation. And you are saying exactly the
No,
opposite.
we're not normalizing
We're not
anything.
normalizing.
No, frankly. No rational thinking person cannot rationalize normalize what is happening in Jamaica right now. The unsanitary condition that the council spoke about in the courthouse.
Yeah.
We couldn't normalize that. That is totally unacceptable.
No.
The behavior that we
and
are
it's
having.
widespread. It's widespread. It's not it's not a special circumstance. It's all over the country.
That is totally unacceptable. It is not something that can be normalized nor accepted as part of normal modern living. No, it can't.
So tell me why it is not this. That and other areas of our life are not attracting the attention from the political classes and from people in Jamaica who are better off as well.
I don't think it's because they are not uncomfortable with this, because every Jamaican understands that going behind bars really doesn't help. And even with the security services that people have, people are still uncomfortable and afraid because you can't live behind bars. So we accept that what is happening now is unacceptable. The only thing I'm saying is that when we discuss it, let us not make it appear as if it was okay and now it is not okay. Once upon a time it was okay and now it is not. Let us not have the discussion appear that way. That's the point I'm making.
And I would like to ask you, Winnie, what is there around the society right now that gives you greater comfort, gives you comfort? And so I've gone all the way over there. So what about the society?
That gives me comfort?
Comfort, yes. And by the way, let's try to welcome back Patrick Smith. I don't know, Patrick, whether you are now on with us again.
He seems muted still. Yeah.
Patrick, are you still muted?
Speak.
Oh my. Patrick, are you trying to speak?
No, his lips are sealed.
All right. Go ahead, Winnie.
Yes. So the danger is that we are looking at things were good and before and now they are bad. And that is where the discussion goes very often. That is why, in order to find solutions, people reach to the past and say, let us look back. I am saying what is happening now is intolerable, and we need to find solutions now, without making it appear as if things have just gone bad. That's the point.
Okay. Fair enough. Desmond, is that your position too? And what makes you comfortable about the society? Because there are lots to be uncomfortable about. There's a lot, and it doesn't require us to go too far to get any comparisons.
No, I am very uncomfortable with the many aspects of Jamaican life today. I'm very I am uncomfortable with the level of discipline. I am uncomfortable with the standard of living of ordinary people, right? But the point I am making is that even where we are right now, in the past, life was worse for people like me, ordinary Jamaicans, right? It wasn't better. But there are many areas that we need to step up, to take some drastic action to improve living. Many areas.
And have we been moving on those areas, Desmond? One of the things that we can't shy away from, for example, is this expansion of informal settlements tied up with a lot with our history, etc. Why can't we, since it is clear, and since all the sociologists and since all law enforcement officers and so on say that that's a big part of the problem of how we relate to each other? Why can't we deal with that as an issue?
Well, that is that there is where I have an issue with the leaders of the state since 1962. Because as I have mentioned on this program, and those of us who follow the Jamaican history will understand that we, the sons and daughters of ex-slaves, remember what happened to us. After 400 years, we were given nothing at all, right? And therefore, I expect the leaders to address the landlessness as a main priority. And yes, attempts have been made to address it, but not enough. And therefore, I'm laying the blame squarely at the feet of the leaders of Jamaica since 1962 to address this issue. And going next year's election here, this is an issue, one of the issues.
Could be this year still, Desmond. Let's say we mustn't locate everything in next year. It could be this year. Unlikely to be this year anymore, but could be this year too. Between now and next year, September.
So we mustn't locate what?
We mustn't just say it's going to be next year, because it could be this year.
No, listen, hold on, Franklin. We have to remember our history now.
Yeah.
In Jamaica since 1944, we have been having elections every 5 years. Remember that?
Yeah.
This is not something new. What will be new if when next year comes, there is not an election, right? So it is not unusual for us to next year is election year constitutionally, and we would like to see. We believe that there is going to be election, but the point I'm making is this: that one of the issues that I would like voters to put on their agenda is the issue of landlessness. In other words, when they are voting, when they are thinking of voting, that is something that they must be clear in their heads. Whoever I am voting for, are they going to address landlessness for nearly 1 million black Jamaicans?
Desmond, I'm going to come back to you on that issue of landlessness, but I want to know if Patrick is now able to join us. Patrick, are you now able to join us? Are you now able to take it away?
Well, yeah. Are you hearing me now?
Yeah,
You
go ahead, Patrick. Go ahead.
Yes.
Well, one other thing I've learned, there are some issues, right? The first one is that, of course, standards of behavior, conduct, and so on are prescribed by our society. And these are what reflected in our laws. Now, our laws, if we were to study the laws passed in Jamaica over the past 300 years, you would realize that you can, in fact, make a judgment on the basis of the laws passed. They reflect our society, and they reflect an aspect of our norms and value system. The unfortunate thing, and I'm just trying to reconnect with what was said prior. The fact really is, our laws fundamentally reflect our historical background. If you look at many of the laws passed in Jamaica, they tend to be very, very, very punitive. And many of these that we have inherited, well, those that we have inherited, have not changed significantly. Look at the laws passed in Jamaica since 1962. Oh, why use 62 anyway? Because we had internal self-government way back in the 1950s. So let's look at the laws passed. Are they fundamentally different from those which were passed when we had a state run by plantocrats and merchants? No. Essentially, our laws which are supposed to be the guidelines of our society, guiding our conduct, are essentially punitive. And to be
So what you're saying,
brutally honest
Patrick, is
with
that
you,
these laws, you're saying that these laws are not serving the Jamaican today. The laws
Well-
that we have, which are sort of a guardrail on how we should behave, you're saying that they are not what? They're not serving the Jamaican population?
no, what I'm saying really is that if you look at our laws, you get an idea of the expectations of those persons who prescribe the laws in the first place. In
Give
fact,
us an example, Patrick. Give us an example so that
for
we get
example, recently we increased traffic fines, right? Because we believe strongly in the punitive elements.
But Patrick,
Right.
don't go there, man. We have been trying to do everything apart from the corruption which is out on the road. The traffic situation is one of them that has forced Jamaicans backs against the wall. The traffic situation that we see out there where the whole place seems like that is the road to hell. You mean to say that because laws, the traffic fines have been increased widely across spectrum, that those are not serving Jamaica? Explain for us, Patrick, please.
So, as we say, the laws generally are guidelines, but there is a thinking behind the passing of these laws. And one obscene thing that we love to tell our people that crime does not pay, but it does pay. It does pay.
It pays.
What the government is showing by this is if you were to be driving outside the speed limit, you pay for it. And the government, in many respects, can build its budget based on many of these fines. There's this expectation that people will. So while we are bellyaching about perversion of many of our values, let me put another string to it. Do you realize that we are no less caring in 2024 than we were and I'm going to pick a date, in 1838?
I can't accept that, Patrick. I can't accept that, having lived here for decades and knowing how other people believe and dealt with their neighbors, and knowing what other people do with people who are their neighbors now. I can't accept that we are not a less caring society.
As Winnie had pointed out in the beginning, at the great train crash in Kendall, people were rifling through other person's pockets. Next thing I tell you is that whenever persons drown, individuals, let's say a cargo went off that bridge, individuals who seek to rescue not only do it out of sheer altruism, but for what they can get from it. In other words, let's face it, are we as Jamaicans less kind to our fellow men in 2024? I am putting forward the position that we are not. If you were to explore the pages of the Green,
let's hear from our colleagues here and their own experiences. Patrick, Winnie.
No, I grew up in a friendlier Jamaica than now. I don't accept that. I am a rural boy, and where I was raised, and significantly different from what it is now. Significantly different. The community, it was a friendlier place. We cared for each other more. We looked out for each other more. Well, for example, one critical example, as a boy going to school, we looked up to teachers. Teachers were one of our idols. Now, what is happening in the classroom now, when you talk to the teachers, their experience with students, no, it's significantly different from what I experienced. So I can't accept that the community that I grew up in as a boy was less caring than what it is now. No, that was not my experience.
So then,
Winnie, let's hear you, please.
Well, what I have been thinking while talking, and I look at the person who, it was a pig, if I heard correctly, that the woman and the pig, was it a pig that was drowning, and the woman went in, and this young man
yes.
lost his life. Why
in Mullins Road, Waltham, yes.
Right. I go there. The fact that people were that caring. It's a pig. It's her value, yes, but she went in after the pig, and somebody went in. Two persons went in. The sad thing is that one person lost his life in the whole incident. So on the whole, we have far more people now. The population has increased, and many of the kind deeds that are done are not really shared. Many of the kind deeds. And I think of even today, and the fact that people are still so very, very kind to me. I go towards the gate and someone says, I will open the gate for you, or someone will close the gate for me. My garbage.
I am living in a different society than you and Patrick and maybe Desmond. And I just have to say it like I see. That this is a crude society. This is an uncaring society. This is a place where it is, when you compare it to other societies, similar history, similar size, smaller, bigger, this society is on its way, in a way, is not a place that you would want to easily, comfortably decide that this is where I want to live. This where we are at now. That's the Jamaica. I see no reason to varnish it. To talk. Of course, people must do caring acts. They do caring acts in prison. They did caring acts in whatever awful societies we can think about. But this society, as far as I'm seeing it, is not one that I would recommend to anyone as the way to build a society.
Well, Mr. Moderator, I put something to us. Do you realize that I think it was Gladys Knight in the song which says, everybody talks about the good old days. But she ends up by saying that, of course, come to think of it, these are the good old days for our children and our grandchildren. They do not have the frame of reference that we have. I lived in a world, I'm 76, but I lived in northern Manchester where parents used to beat children, tie them on tree in a ants nest. And a child who was out of order would have been treated with by a neighbor. And when that neighbor reported to the parent, the poor child was in for another round. In other words, when you check it out, my past, which was not as bad as we think that they are today, was not much different from today. Our children back in the 1930s, 40s, 50s had to deal with the issue of the black heart man. Our children were raped back in the days too. You will not hear about it because the news media did not penetrate the nook and cranny of our society. Very often we get a Sunday gleaner 1 week later, we get one gleaner and somebody in the community read to us. What I'm driving at is let's say the story of Big Boy. Big Boy was a child who was kept behind in those days when we didn't do social promotion of children in our school. So big boy never passed the reading, never passed the arithmetic. So he's kept back. And big boy was a hero in as much as big boy was what you would call an aberration. There are children who attack teachers in school. Big boy or big girl did that, contrary to what my colleague and friend asserted to.
So you are saying, Patrick, and before you answer the question, I'm going to ask Winnie to bring up some of those comments I see coming in right after you answered, Patrick. But you are saying, Patrick, that the way Jamaican children, for example, treat teachers today is pretty much the same as it was 30, 40 years ago. Is that what you're saying, Patrick?
Yeah, essentially, there are some nuances, but it's never a truism to say that, of course, our children were nice and responded like nice good children. They were truancy. In fact, go and read many of the blue books in Jamaica then. Truancy in Jamaican schools was high. And I was truant because I was afraid of the strap that the principal had or the cane. So rather than going to school, I went down the gully.
The school. Winnie, can you just tell us some of the comments that we have been having? And then we're going to go, we're going to have Patrick wrap up, Patrick.
Okay.
But you go ahead, Winnie, and then Patrick, we're going to come back to you about the way forward. Go ahead, Winnie.
There's Marva Hewitt, who greeted us, and she says, well, Winnie, Jamaica is a tourism destination. This was not the case in the 1950s. I am not sure where that is going. I'm not sure about that. It would be good to say more about that. Rose Petgrave. I want to move to the part of Jamaica that these panelists are. LOL. Now, there is nowhere in Jamaica where you don't have people doing good deeds to some people. Even the worst place where you have gang warfare, you have people being kind to some people. So that is how it is. And there's no perfect spot in Jamaica. There are people who are good. It's always a mixed bag. That's the message. It's always mixed.
Keep going, Winnie. I think Jeffrey Ward there. Is that
Jeffrey? Greetings. He's saying greetings to everyone. Yes, and Margaret is saying this is about the lack of sanitary facilities. Well, that is inexcusable. There is no excuse for that. It is sad, it is ugly, and it is a problem that needs urgent attention. There's no excuse for that.
all right, Patrick? Back to you, and we'll take comments. And if you want to send your comments, you can also send them to our WhatsApp number 503-9995, and you can send them here, and you can also send them on later on if you're watching too. So, Patrick, we'll give you the floor to do your wrap up. Next 3 minutes are yours because we missed out on them.
Just to say, colleague, human beings have not changed fundamentally. You can say from creation to now, right? Human beings are also highly opportunistic. We are regulated by each other, right? It's a level of tolerance or a lack thereof for certain things in our society. It is we who really determine whether a particular value system continues to exist. The fact is that many of us have good values. Even the person who commits a criminal act has values. He's a product, he or she is a product of the society that makes it. we must also recognize that some of the institutions that our state creates are also institutions which facilitate a certain type of behavior. You cannot expect to go to ATM or to a bank or to a government institution and expect to transact your business in good order. It is that sort of thing influences our behavior. It influences how we interact with each other.
And
Where do we go?
why we can't expect to get the thing done in good order in those circumstances?
Again, it is what our rulers think about us and how they are. In a very real sense, now, it's a tolerance that we have for the shortcomings of our administrators and our governors.
Patrick, absolutely where we are. And it's that tolerance is based upon our poor standards that we set for ourselves, the way we see ourselves as not even deserving of service from the people in the supermarket, in the pharmacy, in the tax office, wherever. We see ourselves often as to, because we are going to deliver that same service tomorrow in the place where we are from. And our qualities, and to go back to what Valerie Nita Robertson said earlier on, what is there doesn't even work. We don't even see it as anything.
That is true. We don't even set minimum standards.
I took away a minute out of the time that you had, and I want to thank you for coming forward and putting your views forward and sharing with us today. And you were not sharing, I'm reminding us all, just in case somebody came in, you were not sharing as a form of JTA. You were just as a historian, and we are so sorry we couldn't get into much of your historical thought. But we appreciate
there will be something, a future one.
There will be.
But thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. And I want to say to our viewers and our listeners that we are trying to do a series on this, what's happening to Jamaica here. This is not the only one, and we have already actually lined up some people to go on for next week. Okay, we want to go quickly now to
let's hear
politics.
Marvel first. Let's just hear Marvel.
Go ahead, Vinny. Go ahead, Vinny.
That's correct, Patrick, and we accept the low standard at every level as the norm. That is what Marvel is saying. Thank you, Marvel, for your contribution and everyone else. Yes.
The last few days have reminded those who needed prompting that we are in election season. Wednesday was nomination day in Northeast Center and Northeast. There was a public protest in Morant Bay in St. Thomas calling for a by-election to fill a vacancy created there by the council who we featured, the late Mr. Brian. We featured him on this podcast. And then today is a public session of the 86th Annual Conference of the People's National Party. The PNP expects this to be their final conference before the next general election. And they've already said they're not interested in any local election. Give them the general. Constitutionally due by next year, September. Desmond, your take on where we are and what's happening.
Well, you mean, both parties are in election mode. As we speak right now, the opposition leader is supposed to be giving his address. I hope that he would use today's address to outline to the country, to the voters, what the PNP, what we should expect from a PNP government. What are the differences? We need to know what are the fundamental differences between the PNP and the JLP. The voters need to know that, and we hope that.
Desmond, you think the voters care? I have to ask you, and I'm not being rhetorical. You think the voters care about what's the difference between them, policy-wise?
If I think the voters are scarce?
Care.
Okay.
What the PNP stands
well,
for.
I don't know if the voters are scared.
Not scared. Sorry. Do they care? C-A-R-E.
Oh, you mean if they care? Well,
Yeah.
they should care. They should care because then, what would be you in choosing the government? You should have some reasons why you are choosing this party to form the government.
But they have
That is
reasons,
what
Desmond. They have reasons
in other
why
words,
Daddy was
what
PNP.
I am saying to voters this time around, please use your vote wisely. Just don't vote because you're a PNP or a JLP. Vote for a reason. There are too many reasons affecting the life of the Jamaican people for us to just throw our hands in the air and don't care. We must be clear.
Desmond, you're going to have the opportunity over the next couple of months just to suggest why and to suggest what issues those might be. But I think that's an uphill task, Desmond, because we're down to the core of the political parties that are taking part in the process. We're down to the core. And,
Yeah.
and it doesn't seem to me that people are taking on any of the issues that are out there. And there are many issues which you and the rest of us have brought up from time to time.
Well, as I said, I believe the voters should care because we have experienced both parties. We are going through an experience now, right? Look at the issues affecting the people, right? There are several issues affecting us. And therefore, in voting, I think we should think about those issues and
Noble position,
use them as
Desmond.
our guideline.
Noble position. Winnie, you want to say a word on that? Whether you think we'll ever get there or we are there?
Well, what I have to say is radical. We really need a different system where our votes don't just put people in power and we are not a part of it. We vote for people to think for us. The constituency structure, it doesn't serve us, it serves the MPs. It's just to put them there. We need a system where our votes really, our voice really matter.
Okay.
That's our show for today. Thanks to our special guest. And we are going to come back to this issue of what's happening to Jamaica, values and attitudes. We didn't call it out in those particular words and or terms because we didn't want to get anybody getting antsy or anything, but that's what we're talking about. Thanks to all of those who joined the live podcast and those who will go to the recorded show on the Francis Speaking YouTube channel. We encourage you to share the podcast and subscribe to the channel. And Vinny, thank you for reading out the comments, some of those comments that came in. I see one or two still coming in. On behalf of Desmond Richards, Winnie Anderson Brown, and Joshua Black, he's the man with the technical support. I'm Franklin McMahon. Until then.
are possible if you only believe. Sitting at home, all alone, wondering what tomorrow may bring. He of little faith, dig deeper within. Healing the sick, he raised the dead, he walked on the sea. He worked miracles if you only believe.
Okay. That's the end of today's show. Thanks to all my listeners and viewers. Thanks to my technical operator, Kevin. And as usual, I am urging all users of the roads, drivers, pedestrians, riders, take it easy. Please save lives. And remember, crime, murders are down, but Jamaica is still not a safe place. Do all you can to protect yourself. Yes. And remember, Wednesday is our big show, Eyes on the World. And remember that the local Palestinian community, they are planning a demonstration at the Common CARICOM Heads of Government Conference in Mobay on the 6th. We'll keep you abreast of that and try and give us your support. Until Wednesday, this is Rebel Radio and I am Desmond Richards.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
And vibes, and through it all there's a glow inside. Let's keep our shine alive.
From the market to the factory floors, from the hillside green to golden shores.
We're rich in kind, so energy that lights the sky. Shine bright, Jamaica. Shine bright, Jamaica. Feel the rhythm, we're on track. Feel it, feel it. Together we rise, together we climb. JPS Jamaica, together we shine.
Shine from the ends, shine with your family, shine with your friends. Light up the streets and
in Oak Bay, Portland, known as Hermitage Farm, located on the main road east of Oak Bay Police Station and west of Somerset Falls. Property size is 74 acres and includes a house with 5 bedrooms, 4,971 square feet, with water storage and a 3.5 acre coastal pond. Asking price US $2 million. For further information, kindly contact Kenneth Tomlinson, receiver, trustee, care of Business Recovery Services Limited, 11 Connolly Avenue, Kingston 4. Telephone number 876-948-001225. So that's 876-948-001225.
People are moving all around.